Hello, friends. Good morning. How is everybody doing today? Welcome to the first reading sprints that I'm hosting. So, technical errors, get ready. We're going to find them. It'll be fun. Tori, I know you just went and grabbed a book. What are you reading? Everybody, let us know what you're reading down below.
I'm going to be starting Songbird because I've been dying to get to this. And I've been trying to read other books on my TBR that I'm just not in the mood for. So I'm like, okay, let me just actually read this at this point.
So I actually in our last sprints read Songbird, got like 40% in. I have not picked it back up since.
Really?
And I started reading a little bit more of it actually last night because I was like, oh, I should circle back. I've proceeded to read like 2 minutes before I fell asleep. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to circle back officially, but I have been listening to the graphic audiobook for Fourth Wing.
Nice.
I
Oh my gosh,
finished.
I love that cover.
It's the Nerdy Ink dust jackets, and I'm obsessed with it. And I really want the Iron Flame one. Hi, reader. You are main character energy right now. I wanted to get the Iron Flame edition, but they're out of stock. So I'm hoping that I can wait until Onyx Storm, like they do that one for it. So hopefully they'll do it eventually, but who knows? But I've made it through part 1 of the graphic audio. And given that this is like my third read through, it's been fun so far.
Yeah.
You, sir.
I still have to start Iron Flame. I have the audio for that one, but
Yeah.
I haven't touched her.
she'll be there. I think I'm excited to get to it.
I'm not. I'm nervous because the first read through I did not like it. So we'll see.
Yeah. I feel that. I think also with your trying to finish TBR things, I think I'm going to read this physically for a little bit in sprints. I think I might start with this. I've been putting off starting this because I'm so highly anticipating it, but I have high hopes.
Have you read it? Did you read the indie?
No, I bought it and then I was like, oh, they're gonna change things with it. So I was like, I'll just wait until they trad pub, and then I've still not picked it up. So
God, the indie was so good. I think you'll really like that story.
I'm just having a little dragon moment, and I'm very okay with that.
Yeah, you are having a dragon moment.
I don't know when that happened, but it's just
love that.
happening. Good morning, Amanda. Hey, Bailey. So fun fact, Bailey just did her Reading Red and Green Christmas book vlog. I guess was that earlier this week when she posted it. So that's currently what's taking over my life and why we're going for the green right now. But hi, Quicksilver. I'm so excited for you to get to it. You'll have to let us know all the things. Bonded by Thorns. Tori, did you read that one?
Mm-hmm. Stunning. I just read book 3 in that series and it's so good.
I love it whenever you continue on in series and you're like, yeah, check. This is the
one.
Yeah,
because for me, I don't love reading long series, but that one's going to be a 7-book series and I'm here for it.
7?
Mm-hmm. There's 4 out right now.
I love it when you can get started on series before there are 7 books, and then you can kind of slowly go with it.
It feels less scary.
I love that. Hello. I haven't been reading the past few days, so I'm ready to lock in today. I feel that. This week has been just super busy, I think, and I've noticed lately that I just have not been reading during the week, and then the weekends I just rot and then read all of the things. So I support this journey for you. Good luck today. We'll hopefully get some good reading done during sprints today. Also, if you're seeing my arm moving randomly because Raider is just hamming it up over here.
We see. We see the
little point of his nose.
Yeah. I was like, is that his nose or his ear?
His nose. Hi, buddy.
So cute.
I'm currently reading For the Flames too. Well, apparently, me too. I think I am going to pick this up for the first sprint. I was kind of debating in between this and...
Can I just ask, how many books are you in the middle of right now, Miss Ma'am?
Enough. I finished Phantasma last night, and I had all intentions of finishing Fourth Wing, and then I just got so tired. I was like, we're going to bed early tonight, and then we're going to wake up early this morning and have some reading sprints time. So enough to answer your question. actually obsessed with Quicksilver so far, and I've been putting it off picking it up because I know I'm going to love it. Yeah, I am wrecked by the fact that the second book, they initially were like, yeah, fall, this fall, and then they obviously trad pubbed, and now it's going to be fall 2025. But I'm so glad that they have at least said fall of 25 because I need to continue so desperately.
I feel like 2024 has been the year of books getting picked up traditionally and then their publishing timeline getting pushed back. Like it's happened so many times to us this year, which like love that they're getting picked up trad pub, but like can we adhere to a timeline?
Yeah, can we like give the readers what we want? Just a little
Can we
bit.
just like
That'd be
speed it up? Yeah. Like Heavenly Bodies, I'm pretty upset about because I wanted to read Fallen Stars like this past summer because it was already like out
And
for
she had
indie.
a release date for book 3, right? Like not a date,
Oh
like
yeah.
a coming out fall kind of thing.
Yep. It was yeah, book 3 was supposed to come out fall of this year and then book 2 got pushed back, Fallen Stars got pushed back to 2025 and I think that Holy Monsters is the third book and that got pushed back to 2026. It's like that book is already written. Like what do you mean?
We're just hanging out with it.
What do we want?
Because I'd read Hidden Bodies, freaking loved it. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna start book 2. And then was like, okay, maybe I'll just give it a second. And then the second that I was like, okay, no, I'm gonna read book 2, that's whenever they announced the Trad Pub. And I was like, I'm just gonna keep waiting because if I read book 2, then it's gonna be even worse. So I feel bad for all the
2 years. You
yeah.
have 2 years before you got the third book. That's
Mhm.
crazy.
We got time. But thankfully, that's being Trad Pub. When does
Yeah.
that come out? It's January, right?
January is the first book, yeah, and they're very pretty, which we appreciate.
And we're like, thank you. We are patiently waiting, and we're so glad that our patience has been rewarded. Amanda, I did the same thing with Fear the Flame. I got the indie version. I still haven't read the Trad Pub version. One of these days I'll read it.
Man.
Yeah, I have a feeling based on everything that I've heard about it and the fact that I'm so into dragons and the fact that just like everyone that has read it has really loved it. I have a feeling that it's just going to take over my life and I want that to happen. So, we're going to hopefully see what happens here. But I opened it up and I started reading the like prologue and it's all like something about a crisp winter night with enough fire in her soul. I was like, crisp winter night? Is this a seasonal read? I'll take it. Is this the right time? I don't know. So watch me struggle with reading this right now because I'm also rereading Fourth Wing for the millionth time, but we're going to live, laugh, love. It'll be fine.
Everything's fine. Yeah, exactly.
It'll be a great time. Cool. Well, are we ready to start our first sprint?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're ready to go. We are going to do just regular no ambient room sprints today, and then we will get into it.
Cool.
Welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? Let us know.
I read like 30 pages, not even, maybe like 20 pages. I was really struggling to focus.
You're like, what is this happening right now?
How is it for you?
It took me kind of a minute to settle in, and I think also just because starting a new book, but I ended up getting like 45 pages in, and I'm giggling.
Yay!
I think this is what I needed and what I wanted it to be so far. But I sat down, started reading, and I was like, I feel like I should at least tab part of this because I'm gonna not want to reread this when book 2 comes out, but I'm gonna want to like know the things that I need to note. So I am tabbing it. I'm very excited about it.
That's such a good idea. I need to do that more. I just get so lazy. Like I used to really enjoy annotating books, but now I'm just like, it's like such a task. But it's such a good idea for when like the next book is coming out.
Yeah. I think I've been such a Kindle girly lately that I've gotten very much so into the habit of highlighting stuff. So I think tabbing isn't that like big of a step for me, but then anything beyond like writing or highlighting, like physically, I'm a tab and I'm out. Like that's the extent of what I'm doing, honestly.
Yeah, that's a good point. I ended up switching to reading Songbird on my Kindle. I looked up to see if it was on Kindle Unlimited because the text in the physical book is so small. I was like, what is this?
I really like the font, but it is very small.
Yeah, so I switched to my Kindle and then it started going a little bit better.
Solid. I'm curious to see how that goes for you because I need the motivation to get back into it, I think.
I'm liking it so far. Like I thought that the beginning of it was really interesting. And I completely forgot, honestly, like what had happened in what's it called?
I did that too. It a little bit later kind of briefly touches on events, and I needed that sooner than I think it did it because I had no like remembrance of anything Ashes.
Yeah, like we're getting some of that recap, and I was like, oh my god, thank God there's recap because honestly, I had like no idea what was happening.
Much. I appreciate it. I love it. Mel, you're probably already out, but hi, how's it going? I'm doing some last minute Christmas shopping today before hopefully some reading tonight. I am mostly done with my Christmas shopping, and I don't know how that happened.
Me too. I'm just waiting for stuff to come in from Amazon as like final packages. And then this weekend, my mother-in-law is coming to stay with us for the week of Christmas, and I have to make her like a stocking. So I'm excited to do that. I'm gonna like go to Target and get her a bunch of cute stuff.
Fun. I love stocking things. I need to wrap everything, and that's not happened yet, but eventually we'll see. Hi, I knew it. Buzzing to be here. Okay, that's a fun word that I feel like I should start using. I'm buzzing to be here. Me too. Ate breakfast, talked to my mom, and read 10 pages of Iron Flame.
Love. What was for breakfast? I had a burrito for breakfast during that sprint.
Sounds so good. I did some editing, but we'll be reading for the next one. Good. I wonder what you're editing. I can't wait to see it. I'm so nosy. I'm like, I can't wait to watch your videos. I read 5 chapters and I'm now at 30% and I'm really enjoying it. That's some good progress there. Maria, good morning. I picked up a book I've been procrastinating finishing, and so far it's going great.
Love that.
That's so exciting. I feel like I have gotten into the really bad habit of procrastinating finishing books. So I need to get out of that habit, and I'm glad that you're getting out of that on this one for sure.
Honestly, when you're in the middle of like 5 books and then you start returning to them and finishing them, it's really satisfying because you're like, oh my god, I'm finishing so many books and it's not even taking that long, right? Because you've already like read some of it. That is a stunning feeling.
I need to accomplish that feeling sooner rather than later because I'm like, oh my god, wait.
I keep starting books. There's also, right, like that has to be a phase as well. You have to start a bunch of books so that you can finish a bunch.
And then make no progress and feel like you're not reading anything at all and you're just like going in circles and then you can get to the satisfaction. Yeah. I'm at the beginning part of that right now, so that's cool.
So basically the end of December is going to be great for you. You're going to finish like 8 books.
Hopefully. I'm hoping. I could use that. I think I was looking, I was updating my bullet journal last night and I was like, I've not been reading a lot lately in all reality. Like I've not been reading as much as I was at the beginning of the year. And I'm not really sure when that happened, but I'm not necessarily mad at it either.
My brain is in holiday mode. Like December 1st hit, and my brain was like, what day is it? Don't know. What time is it? Don't know. What are we doing? No idea. Oh, you want to like know words and know how to read and like speak well? No. None of it.
That's how I think I was really procrastinating, like feeling festive. Like I was not in the mood. I didn't want to have to decorate. I didn't want to have to do this, that, and the other. And then now that we're here, I'm like full send into Christmas mode. It took me a minute.
No. Dude, like, I don't know what it is this Christmas. I have not been, I mean, I did like some decorating, but like my Christmas tree still is not decorated. Like, it's felt like the least Christmassy Christmas in a long time. Usually I'm like fiending to decorate, like, absolutely love it. And this year I've kind of just been like, not like dragging my feet, but like, it's just like mopier. I don't know. The energy is low.
Yeah, I feel that. I've kind of changed how I decorated my Christmas tree this year a little bit, and I needed some more ornaments because Walmart, they were out of stock. We did like a delivery and they like substituted some different ornaments and we were like, okay. So I need to finish that. Honestly, I don't think I'm going to. Like I think it's just gonna be half decorated and that's gonna be the vibe this Christmas. Like we're just kind of along for the ride at this point, which I'm okay with. I'm okay. I'll just be festive in spirit. I'll be whipping out my festive little ambiance rooms and calling it good.
One thing about me is I love a Christmas ambient room. That's just it. Like those are my like Halloween and Christmas, like those are my favorite ones. They're so good.
They're good. Anything with the fireplace, but then you add like watching all the other little cutie little Christmas trees and stuff. I love those. Those are my
And like
favorite.
snowy, like I love like the snowy ambience.
It
Ambiance.
it
It's so good.
started baby like sleeting. Was that Wednesday or something of this week? And I was like, alert the presses people, there's snow.
Yeah, like what is happening?
Yeah, guys. I don't know that it's probably not gonna actually snow for a hot minute if it even does, but just to let us spit, I was like, oh, it's happening, it's real.
That's stunning.
Cameron just had some toast for breakfast.
Toast is so good for breakfast, honestly.
I love a good toast. Olivia, everything's making breakfast while I prepare dinner as I'm on the other side of the world. The timing sometimes is so interesting. I'm like, oh, it's dinner? What's dinner? What are you making for dinner? How's it going? Same. I love starting new books, but finishing books is a task. Sometimes I think I'm the opposite actually. I love finishing books, starting them sometimes. Like I can get the initial maybe like 30 pages and then I'm like, okay. Okay. And I'm like, I have a whole book in front of me now. Sometimes that's hard.
Yeah. I would say like I usually read the first like 20% and then I'm like, okay, on to the next. Like 20% is always my stopping point. I don't know what it is, but I'm like, I want something else.
No, I'm good now. Thank you so much. I think I've been struggling a little bit with that too lately because I'll start something and then I'm like, but I kind of want to do something else, or I kind of want to do something else, and that kind of back and forth business has been kind of the vibe. And I've also noticed too, I have been doing that a lot more closer to like the middle of the month, and then by the end of the month, I'm like, okay, time to finish stuff. So the organization in the brain,
Non-existent.
no. And we don't need her to because we're just having fun anyways.
We're just vibing. I'm trying to at least.
We're just living. That's all. Hello. I'm late to the party, but I'm ready to finish Iron Flame today. Finishing.
Oh my God, Val. Love.
I'm just thinking about the ending and I'm so excited for you to experience that today. It'll be fun.
It's crazy.
Maria, yes, all the end of year finishing satisfaction to us. I started crossing the fingers and I was like, you also crossed your fingers? It's good. Can I be nosy and ask what you both like to read? I'm a romance, thriller, fantasy, mystery, everything else kind of gal. Kind of same. This year and a lot of last year too has been the year of fantasy romance for me. I have always loved fantasy. I've always loved romance. the two, it's been the sweet spot. Probably
Mhm.
the sweet spot forever.
Yeah. Also fantasy romance for me. I also love like normal fantasy and then horror. I've tried to get into thrillers, but I feel like I can never read too many thrillers in a row because they start to kind of blend together and feel the same for me. But I know so many girlies are just like in their thriller bag. I wish that could be me. But like those are my mains. And then I'm starting to get more into contemporary romance because cowboy romance has taken over my life.
Yeah. That's I like romance, and I have always been a fairly like common romance reader, but I also just feel like a lot of times I read it and then I'm done and I don't ever think about it again.
Yeah.
For some reason, cowboy romance is just such a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboy romance is just it. Like it's it. It's everything.
I agree. The other contemporary romance that has like stuck with me was Icebreaker. Like I did really, really love that book. And I haven't continued with that series because I know like it starts to follow some different dynamics and whatever.
Uh-huh.
But I just loved like the hockey and figure skating. Like that was just so good. I do need to continue with that series though, because I did like that author's writing.
I feel like I've been filming millions of Bookmas videos and talking about millions of things all the time. So I'm like, wait, did I? Yes. Okay, I did actually post that video. Icebreaker is on my self-destruct list, so I will be reading it. And now I'm like, maybe I feel like I should make that more of a wintry read. So maybe,
Icebreaker?
yeah.
It takes place in California. So like there is there's obviously like that ice skating element to it, but I wouldn't say it's overly like wintry per se, but I think it's honestly a good read for like any time of year.
Noted. Okay. So to answer your question, yes, everything as well.
Hmm. Basically.
Bring on December vacation as it deserves.
Yeah, it's hard out here. I just realized I was voice messaging one of my friends yesterday and they were asking me like how everything is going and I was like, "Yeah, we're like almost done with Bookmas." And then I was like, "Wait, I'm like halfway through Bookmas." Like, I'm not almost done
Wait,
with
no.
it.
How's it going for you? How are you doing? Same.
Yeah.
I think I started off really strong, and then I think I'm still doing okay-ish, but now I'm getting to the point where I want to film like my like more bigger like yearly wrap up kind of things, and I'm like, that's gonna be some. I got some big things ahead.
Yeah, those are hefty videos. I'm almost done. Like I think I only have one video left to film. Everything else I've either filmed and is just waiting to be edited. And then there's one vlog that I'm currently still like reading for.
Mhm.
So it feels good. Like mentally I feel like I'm more than halfway. It's just like continuing to upload.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm excited for like January of next year at this point. Like I'm just excited for like a new year of reading and to like reset all of the goals and stuff like that.
Uh-huh. I think I'm in the same boat too. Like I was starting to look back at all of the stuff that I've read this year. I'm like, this is just such the most random list. And I felt the same way last year too, where like the things that I actually read, when I look back at them, I was like, is this really what I was reading the whole time? Like, I feel like we could do this list better. So I feel like restarting in a sense is
Hmm.
gonna feel really, really quite good. But I was gonna go ahead and start making my bullet journal for next year tonight because I was initially thinking I was just gonna continue on in the same journal. And then the more that I was like, I think I just want like a true fresh start. So we're just gonna do a new journal, even though I'm like less well, I'm about halfway through the current one. Um, but the whole restarting situation I'm very needing to do.
Yeah, I usually start a new journal. To be fair, like I do tend to use up most of my pages, but I do have a couple spare pages left in my old one. I use those as like either doodle pages, like rough draft pages to like experiment for what I want to do in my new journal. So I still use it. Yeah, like I still just use it and like use it as my mess up pages because then at that point like it doesn't super duper matter and I can try different like layouts and formats and stuff like that before I actually put it in my new one.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think the last several years I've been just doing like kind of random stuff. Like I got some like random stickers at Michael's and then I put a whole bunch of stickers. I was like, this is terrible and I hate this. And so like experimenting with stuff like that. Which I have like the largest Etsy cart on stickers right now. And I just saw that you posted your haul this morning. So I'm gonna go watch that. And I've been
Mhm.
like putting off clicking the button because I'm like, I don't need that many. Girl, calm down. So we'll see when those eventually get here what I end up doing. But
Etsy is so addicting to like scroll through and add to cart and add to cart. And then you have to go through and you're like, okay, I need to edit this. I need to edit this cart down a little bit.
your girl doesn't need to be spending like $150 on stickers. Like, calm down. Save for later is an option. You can circle back. I was like, oh, but look at all these cute little like Christmassy stickers. And like, you're not using those this year. You will be using those next year. That's a whole year later. You're gonna want to do something completely different by that time. So I gotta have some realism a little bit with that cart, but eventually we'll have some fun things.
Mm-hmm.
Kate joining. I'll be doing chores and listening to an audiobook. I haven't decided which, but likely Her Name is Night. I don't think I've heard of that.
Me either.
I'm curious.
I'm a big romance reader usually.
I really support the doing chores with the audiobook thing.
Oh yeah.
Productivity
100%.
on lock. I love that. Maria, I'm really enjoying both your booknesses for what it's worth. Hee hee. Thanks. It's been fun, I think. Like, I have always wanted to do some sort of vlogmasy kind of thing, like especially watching YouTube for how long that most people have. So it's been fun to finally actually get to do it this year. So I've definitely learned a lot of things about how I should approach it better and like planning things out. But it's been pretty fun to do it. Whereas we've got like the expert over here, Tori. You've done how many of them?
This is my 4th. They're so fun, right? Like it's so much fun and I also really enjoy watching everybody else's. Like there's just so much content and it's great because I feel like during December you're like decorating, you're wrapping presents. Like there's so many things that you can be like watching booktube like while you're doing it. So it's so much fun to have everyone have so much content and whatever, but yeah, you definitely have to go into it as a creator with like a strategy. Otherwise, mentally you're like struggling.
Yeah, I think that I had a couple like I wrote down a whole bunch of different ideas and then I just kind of like started picking ones off the list, but I didn't really like schedule things out like I probably should have in terms of like this would be better like if these two videos are like kind of similar, maybe I should not do them back to back. But it's been fun. Anyways, I feel like trying to do shorter videos too has been a good thing for me because I just like start gabbing and I gab away and then I end up with like 2.5 hours of vlog footage and I'm like, girl.
We're yappers.
You be yapping. That is honestly the both of us in a nutshell. So
Love that for us.
Well, are we ready for our next sprint? I'm thinking maybe 2 more, probably.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. I'm here to read today.
Amen. We shall see them. Okie dokie. Well, let us sprint away. And if I can, hello, that button, that button. We'll get there eventually.
She's a professional.
It's really not that hard, but like also there are buttons all over the place. So I'm like, that one, right? Yeah, cool. So we're getting there. See y'all in 45. Hello, friends. Welcome back. How was that sprint? I feel like that went pretty well for me. I was like giggling during 90% of it.
Oh my gosh, love. So you're liking it so far?
Yeah, I don't know what I thought that this was going to be. I don't know if I just thought that there was going to be more fantasy and more like brain, and it's just kind of vibing along. I'm having fun.
Yeah. It's not too it doesn't take a lot of brain power. Like you can just fall into that book really well.
Yeah, which is exactly what I needed. So, how was it
Love.
for you?
It was good. I got to chapter 4. I feel like that sprint was a little bit better in terms of focus power.
I always feel that with sprints too. Like the first one is always, it's either starts off so strong or it's like, wait, and then I finally have that moment to finally settle in.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And, I feel like I'm very curious to see where the rest of Naxia ends up going. As far as like, I know a lot of people have kind of either really liked this first book or they've kind of, I don't know, struggled with it a bit more. So I'm curious to see like where the rest of the series goes as far as like how much people like it or so.
Yeah, I feel like Carissa Broadbent has two different writing styles almost. It's like her War of Lost Hearts trilogy. I
Yeah.
love that to my core. And then the first two books of Crowns of Nyaxia didn't hit as hard for me, but I wanted to continue with it because I knew it was going to be a series of duologies. And I feel like you're either one or the other. Like people either love Rain and Araya's books and they didn't like War of Lost Hearts, and then they're not really liking Songbird, and it's one or the other, you know?
Because I've only read book 1 of War of Lost Hearts. I loved Daughter
Oh
of
my
Worlds.
God.
I loved it. And I really love Serpent. Ashes I wasn't too fond of necessarily. So I'm curious to see. I desperately need to read Children of Fallen Gods and continue that just to kind of see where we're at with all of her writing. But so far I've liked most of it, but we'll
Yeah.
see.
When I read that first book in War of Lost Hearts, it felt like I was reading ACOTAR for the first time again. I was like, oh my God, what is this?
I remember because I had read it and I read it most of, did I read that on sprints with you? Maybe. I think I had started on sprints.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
And I had read, I ended up finishing it that Sunday and I was so absolutely gagged that I read Ash and Sun immediately. I read both of those in the same day. I was gone. I loved it so much. There was no coming back from that one. Bailey, I read 46 pages in Quicksilver. How are you? Did you start that today or are you in the middle of it? Where are you at in it? I'm curious.
Bailey is such a fast reader. It's actually insane.
You're like, girl, how?
Teaches her ways.
Cameron switched my laundry and read 15 pages. Also brushed my cat for 10 minutes. Productivity unlocked. I love that. Maria is 42% into Labyrinth's Heart now and locked in. What is that? I love that we're locked in. I'm intrigued. Amanda read another 4 chapters. I'm reading the ebook and listening to audiobook, and it's doing interesting. Some of the MMC's POV chapters are not in the audiobook.
Oh.
What?
That's frustrating. Wait, what book are you reading again?
That's very interesting. I feel like one of the bigger complaints I have with the graphic audios is that certain things they don't word in order to make it more storytelling but that's completely different than not having entire chapters in the audiobook.
Yeah, that's so weird. I didn't listen to the audiobooks for Beast of the Briar series, but Cassidy and Mel listened to it and they never said anything about that, which is odd.
Interesting.
Weird.
Intriguing. War of Lost Hearts owns my soul.
No, literally. It's so good.
It's quite. I need to finish it or continue, really. How am I liking Fear the Flames? Is nice to have somebody reading the same book at the same time. Yes, you'll have to tell us how far you're into it. I made it to part 2. I'm gagged right now. The bickering that's happening, I was not prepared for it to be as not bantery necessarily, but just as like I'm feeling real giddy about it. I don't know where that came from, but we're locked in. It's happening.
Mm-hmm.
At page 229, so chapter 16 is started on Wednesday or Thursday. That's pretty good. We're bonded by thorns. It's the last book in the Mask of Mirrors. I've heard good things about this trilogy. Very big brain fantasy, but I think I needed a break from romantasy for a little bit. Living the characters. I've heard really good things about this series, and I do think like sometimes if you read too much romantasy all in one go, it's like, but that's the same with any genre. Like you gotta take a little break, switch things up, because then you can go back and appreciate it again. Because otherwise, it's all of the same all of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my recent palette cleanser was reading Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow, which just had like such fleshed out characters, like more serious topics and stuff like that. And it was so good. And it was such a nice break from like, I had been reading just like the spiciest fantasy romance, like not serious. And then like switching to that, I was like, this is actually a really nice change of pace.
You're like, wait a minute. I feel like this year I've listened to a lot of Frida McFadden audiobooks, and it has been nice because they're not complex or like, I don't know, they're so easy and they're very brain candy. Like, listen to it for a couple hours and you're done with a whole book kind of thing. And it has been so nice to have a palette cleanser like ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice because she has a million books and they're all available on Everend or a lot of times Libby. And so it's easy to just kind of have those in the background. But having that as a strategy is good.
It's so helpful. Sometimes I don't realize too that I need like a palette cleanser book because there's so many like fantasy romances that I really want to read that I'm just like dying for. But then I get to a certain point and I'm like, maybe I should just like switch it up because then the romantasy will hit harder, you know, if I like take a little break.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you read the same thing back to back to back to back, and then it's going to get old regardless of how good. And it's like certain tropes and things, like they're going to be common in other books and things you're just on repeat the whole time. And it's not as fun when those things do happen. So having a little bit of a switch up.
Exactly.
Is very helpful. I've been procrastinating on finishing it because I don't want it to end.
Have we heard about when the second book is coming out for that?
All just like generic fall. That's all I've heard so far.
Okay.
I think it was supposed to be like October of this year. And then so they pushed it back another, I would assume October, but
Gotcha.
we will see. And hopefully we'll see sooner rather than later. I'm so excited.
I still haven't read that book, but I want to read it like closer to when the second book is coming out. So that way I'm like prepared.
Yeah. I kind of felt the same way about this book where I was like, book 2 has a release date. Should I just wait until 2 comes out? But we're here. But that's the first time I've like made that jump in my head. I don't know when it's coming out, but I saw the cover for it the other day and it was like on.
I think it's coming out in, I want to say April. Maybe it's like April or in the summer, like June or July. I might be wrong, but
I feel like everything releases in either like February or October. So in my head, it was definitely October, but having it be earlier, intriguing. See, it's not even, when you look at Goodreads, it's not there, but I was looking in the Barnes & Noble, like they had signed editions for sale.
I feel like we're getting a lot of releases in April this year.
July 29th.
July 29th. Okay, yeah. I was like, it's either April or July.
Somewhere. I'm so excited about the dragons with the purple cutie cover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready. As if I'm literally 100 pages in.
It's gonna be a 4-book series too, which I love. Like I love a trilogy or a quartet. I feel like that's like perfect length.
I agree. I have not had as good luck with duologies necessarily, because I feel like I always anticipate what book 1 is going to be too hard, and then I get to the end of book 1 and I'm like, yeah, so that's what a duology does. So I think longer I tend to like more, but we'll see how this goes. Yeah, it's so odd. This is the first time I've come across this. There are sentences that the narrator is wording differently, but then the audiobook like skips chapters.
That happened
That's
to me with the Shadows and Crowns series, and I think it was because it's like an indie series, and then they did like obviously like indie audiobooks, and there was clearly like editing that had been done from when in the books that I was reading like physically compared to when they recorded the audio, and so I'm thinking that maybe it's because The Beast of Briar is still like indie in the US.
yeah, I was in the US though. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if it had been edited and the like when the audiobook came out, if it had been before since it has been edited or what's happening there. Like maybe they wouldn't add some of those male POV chapters in. I don't
Yeah.
know, but it sounds like that's interesting. But that's good to know because if you didn't know, you would just completely be missing out on some of the entire chapters apparently.
But it's frustrating when you like immersive read and you're like, wait, what? Like, where are they reading from? Or like, what's happening? Like, where did they skip to? Because that's exactly what happened to me with Shadows and Crowns. And it was so frustrating. I was like, let me just like read this with my eyeballs then.
Yeah. You can't like do immersive reading at that point. You just have to like pick one or the other, and that's that.
hmm
So bizarre indeed. Still loving this book. That's good though. Hi, sorry you're being late. Welcome to the club. Let us know what you're reading. July for Fear of the Flame sequel in November for Quicksilver. Okay, good information. I am so excited. I think the whole reason I want to get my bullet journal done is so I can write down all the new releases because there are so many series I feel like that were started this year that absolutely took everything away, and the next year is going to be the year of sequels, and I cannot wait. Literally cannot
hmm
wait. Goodreads says book 2 is supposed to come out November 8th. I could actually scream not to be dramatic. Okay, Quicksilver. Yeah. To be dramatic. I'll scream with you. It'll be fine. Right there with you. I've noticed Romantasy does more 5+ book series than fantasy, but I much prefer trilogies and quartets too.
I feel that.
It's been a while since I've read a longer series. Like, I think the Plated Prisoner series is the most recent longer one, and I have been loving that. But I think back to like before then, it was honestly Throne of Glass was the last longer series that I'd read. So I'm kind of torn between the two. Like I like a longer series that I can really get into, but also it's nice to not have it go and go and go, and you feel like you can actually complete it at some point. That's a fun time.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I've been burned by longer series before. Like I loved the first 3 books of Shadows and Crowns, and then the final 2 books, it felt like the story was done.
And we're just
Like
going.
and we're just still going. Yeah, exactly. Um, and I feel like longer series for me mentally are like harder to start because I'm like, okay, I just have like so many pages of the series to read. But then there's series where it's like I could spend forever with these characters and be like the happiest person in the whole wide world. So it's a weird, I don't know, it's like a mental game for me.
I think Plated Prisoner for me, I was concerned that it would be like that, but I feel like the way that it has been going, like I at first was so confused as to how it could even be that long of a series, but it's making sense now. But I'm still frustrated that the audiobook for book 5 doesn't come out until January, and that's fine. But I looked the
Hmm.
other day, the 6th book audiobook doesn't come out until what, March? And so I have been just loving the audiobooks and they've been taken away from me. So this completed series is completed, but also not. So that's where I'm
Mhm.
at. I'm just being a big baby about it. So
Yeah, the one series that I like, everyone is shocked that I haven't read it yet, but Zodiac Academy. But I'm like, how are you going to tell me that this is like supposed to be an 8 book series and they extended it 1 book and then they extended it another book? And I'm like,
going and
that makes
going and
me
going.
scared. And they're all like 1,000 pages.
I DNF'd the first book at like 70% of the way through. And I want to say it was during like Christmas time too, maybe of like year before last. And I was just not in it. But I kind of want to go back and finish it now. But whenever I first put it down, I was like, I'm never touching this again. But
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm really wishy-washy with that series as to do I? Because 70%. But I feel like I'd have to reread the whole book to get to that 70% again to an extent.
Yeah.
Because there's so much happening. Like there's so many characters, there's so many relationships going on that you almost would need to reread it. So I don't know. Oh gosh, yes, the first time it happened, I was like, "What is happening?" Yeah, how did you notice that? Because I would just be like, "Am I just, like, not okay here?" Because you're listening to that. You're not seeing the words be different. I would just be so desperately confused. I'm enjoying the male narrator's voice, so I'm gonna stick with it. I love a good male narrator voice. But a series is planned to be X books, but then midway more planned. It feels like a money grab, not actually necessary to tell the story. Preach it. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Olivia, the problem with longer series for me is that you keep up. Well, you have to keep up with it. Yeah. I love the first books, but then I slow down because I feel like I'm not progressing.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think that continuing series sometimes is something that I'm so terrible at because we all are in the middle of so many series, and like being as online as we all are, like I want to read everything. I want to read every single little book that's ever existed, and you can't do that while also reading a 6-book series. So
Yeah.
I feel that very, very deeply. I love Zodiac Academy, but I felt like the ending was rushed. A rushed ending for how many books that was? Interesting. I don't guess I've heard much about like people talking about the ending of it and like their thoughts on the series as it progressed, other than just like being gagged the whole way through. So that's interesting.
Mm.
It often feels like drawn out or too much, or well, drawn out too much or too overdone. Yeah, we're just gonna keep on keeping on rehashing the same thing over and over. It's like the world has to expand, or we're just cycling. And I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Part of me is like, well, I could be inclined to cycle if I really like the characters enough. But then the more that I'm like, no. Even if I like the characters, like they have to end at some point. They have to move on and be done.
Yeah. I think, like, to the author's credit, I think it would be really hard to plan out a series and, like, fully plan out what the whole arc over all of the books is going to be. Like, I think for me, not being a writer, that sounds like a very
Yeah.
difficult thing to do. And so when it's done and it's executed really well, you can tell. Like Saba Tahir does that over her books, and you're like, she planned this from the very beginning. Like there were Easter eggs and stuff like that. And usually with like Sarah J. Maas too, I think that's why a lot of people love her books because she does have a plan all the way through, and you can tell when like seeds were planted throughout the other books, and then it's really fun to reread and go back and stuff like that. But then there's other authors that, yeah, maybe they were like, I'm just gonna write books on Kindle Unlimited and like maybe do like 3. And then when they get picked up, it's like, no, let's make this into something bigger, which love that for them. But like you can tell when it wasn't like fully planned out from the very beginning. So
Or even when maybe the initial direction changes, like it's
mhm.
the planning seems very complicated, and that is why I will never be an author. I'm just here to consume. Okay,
Mhm.
that's all that I want. So kudos to author friends who are doing the most. Also,
Exactly.
I think that it's hard to have a plot that needs that many books. I love Blood Grace characters, but even that feels meandering after 5 books.
Oh my God, yeah, and those are huge.
Those are chunky. I really want to start that series. I have not started it, but I know that that's going to happen to me, and I'm not going to continue on. Probably more than likely.
Yeah.
There's too many books to read a carbon copy of the same book over and over and over in an excessively long series. Big
Mhm.
facts. KB spitting fire today. Because yeah, I want to read literally everything that's ever existed. And if I spend 5 books like reading the exact same thing, I'm never gonna read anything ever again. That's how
Yeah.
it is. I'd be more likely to pick up a new series by the author than to continue on book 147 of the 24-book series.
Exactly.
See, that's the other thing. Speaking of Zodiac Academy, I feel like rather than wanting to go back and reread the first book and then reading on into book 234, starting with Neverkeep, that might be a strategy that I might pursue sooner. Maybe.
Okay, love that. Wait, what's Neverkeep?
It's technically, see, I don't even know. Is it like, it's not really connected, but I think it's in the same world, but it's a separate series that they're starting? Standalone? I don't even know. Is it a standalone? Clearly, I've done
Oh.
seated research here.
No, it is the first book in a series. Isn't this like a prequel series?
That sounds like something. I honestly have no idea. I
Yeah.
feel like getting to start with that and trying out their writing again, like as far as what they're writing like now versus 87 books ago, I think that would be a better encouragement to me, I think, to start Zodiac Academy and finish on with it, even though like it's a different story. They're gonna write differently more than likely, but to see if I even like their writing, is it worth taking the time for 9 million books?
No, that's a good idea for sure.
I have opinions.
Hey, we love your opinions. You're so smart and big brained, and I love it.
I'm still scared of boy romance, but maybe future me will be ready. Yeah. I think that's part of why I didn't love it, because I was just like, touches of it is fun, but having it just continually just be bullying the whole time, you're like,
Like
okay,
this is rough.
so sorry this is happening to you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Alrighty. Are we ready for next sprint?
I'm gonna actually try to read the whole time.
Fingers crossed. I believe in us. I believe in you. And go team, go.
Go team, go.
Welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? Same. I'm loving. This is a great time.
Oh my gosh, love.
Yeah, I am feeling a lot more giggly than I anticipated being, and I'm like, what is happening here? Am I just like, am I okay? What's happening? I love this. This is a great time. I like to read.
It's a great feeling.
Top tier. I'm like, wait, this is fun. What do you have there?
What do you mean?
What you got?
I switched to, I have the audiobook for this one, and I was like 30% of the way in. So during that sprint, I listened to another like 7%. It's Forest of Souls. It's giving like, it's a YA fantasy that's similar to like a Bonesmith. And I do like it. I think the first 30%, there's a lot of setup. Like the first 30%, we didn't learn any new information than what's in the summary of the book. So it's kind of like, okay, when are we going to get past like the summary of the book? You know what I mean? But now it's starting to get a little bit better. I think I just needed to switch to an audiobook instead of like raw dogging with my eyeballs.
Not the raw dogging. I will never not laugh at that, but I always think about it in my head too, and I'm like, that's perfect. It's perfect.
It's so perfect. It's so good.
I've been a bit late to the party, but I'm here. Welcome. Speaking of Zodiac Academy, somebody just had a book haul that she posted where she got a couple books from the series. So welcome to the room. Oh, as I scroll away, there we go. 24-hour read on Caitlin. Oh my goodness. That'll be so fun. So I started to play a kingdom and I DNF'd it.
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh.
sometimes DNFing is kind of nice because you're like, check, done. Moving on.
We tried to read that one for the Who Did This To You book club. It was like earlier this year. And all of us were like, immediately, no, the writing style is not good. I'm not often like really, really negative about books, but like, don't read that book. It's not good.
Okay, noted. I have not read it, so I will continue to not read it.
All of the men are like very toxic masculinity, like weird vibes. Like they walk in and to this like inn when they're traveling. This is what I remember. And they're just like immediately talking about women in their heads in like a really weird way. And you're like, a woman wrote this book. Like, what is even happening? It's so weird.
Interesting. I will not be interested. Moving on.
Yeah, don't do that one. I have to let JMO out so that he can have his sunshine time. 1 second.
Beautiful. No idea what I will be reading now. What are some options? I love a good vote. I am curious to see what we can set up for you today. I read 55 pages in Quicksilver. I love this. I am really close to deciding that Quicksilver might be my favorite book that I've read this year, maybe. But I think that I just keep thinking about it and I'm obsessed. But I bought the indie copy right before it went out of print. And USPS said it was in my mailbox, and it was in fact not in my mailbox. And so I still don't own a copy of Quicksilver.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they were like, oh yeah, it's delivered into your mailbox. And I was like, it's not here. So I put in a claim with USPS and everything and nothing. So, and it was right before everything went out of print. So I couldn't order a new copy. So I like paid $20. And that's
And you never got your money refunded back to you?
No. Nope.
Oh my gosh. I tried to order a copy of Glow by Penn Cole before. Like I ordered it. It said that they were in stock. And then it said like it wasn't going to ship. And then the store reached out to me and was like, yeah, we're out of stock. So it shouldn't have let you like purchase it. But then they refunded my money back to me. But I was like,
that's good.
I thought I got it and I didn't get it.
RIP, which they are having all of the traditionally, I'm so curious to see now that all the traditionally published versions, what Heat still is not yet, but Spark and Glow are out. I'm curious to see if Burn of the Everflame, like she keeps talking about how there will be an indie edition of Burn of the Everflame, and then it just keeps not announcement wise happening. So I'm curious to see, will that actually come out in indie print? Will the series get to match? I don't know. We'll find out. It's gonna drive you crazy if it doesn't. But
speaking of book packages, you should have a book package. I don't know if you've already got it. It was delivered like a couple
I
days.
haven't gone home yet. However, I did get a text message that I did have a package. So, my goodness, I'm so curious now. I didn't care how much I read, but still loving. Honestly, and when you're just loving the book and you're like, I don't even care where I'm at right now. I'm just having a good time. That's a fun time. Got to chapter 7. Remind me what you're reading, because I feel like that's either a pretty good way into the book or it's like you just barely started. Chapter links are so weird, I tell you. Got to chapter 61 in crocheting. The crocheting's not going super well because I'm pausing to gasp every 5 minutes with this book. I love that. I brought my cardigan situation that I'm working on that I have not worked on all in the last little bit. And I was like, I'll have that in the background if I wanted to listen to Fourth Wing some more. And I'm so into Fear the Flames right now that this cardigan's not going to happen whatsoever. So I love the crocheting journey.
It looks so cute though. I feel like doing a sweater or a cardigan is very like it takes a lot of skill.
This one is actually really easy because once you start it, it's just like a double crochet granny situation the whole time around. And I've gotten, I think, most of the other half done. I did like a different color entirely, so it'll be like a color blocking situation. But this one half I've not touched in eons, and it looks a lot bigger now that I'm like looking out on the screen. I'm like, hi, but this is basically toddler size. So she's got some progress that needs to happen. I think, speaking of crocheting, I'm definitely going to do a genre blanket this year, but I think what I'm going to do is just like a general, like a granny square, like checkered situation of just different colors. And I think that I'm just going to make everything a solid color, make it easy and not make it complicated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big that.
I feel like with a genre, with like a granny square genre blanket, it'll be easier to track like if you've already done a granny square for a book, because then you can just count how many books you've read with your granny squares, as compared to like doing the rows, because you know how people will do it, and I feel like that would be a little bit more difficult to track.
I had thought about doing the rows just because the blanket kind of forms itself as you go and you don't have to like sew everything together at the very end. I detest changing yarn colors. I hate weaving in ends. I hate it so much. And so I was like, well, what if you do the stripes, you can just carry up the ends of the yarn and you don't have to deal with weaving anything in. And then I was like, but I don't know, do I want a super striped blanket? I don't know that I like the stripes either. So that's where I'm at. I need to pick the colors. I'm going to use the Bernat. It's like the fluffy yarn, which I touched in the store the other day, and it was very soft, but it's like a thicker blanket yarn versus a regular worsted weight or whatever. So we'll see.
I think you had said that you already decided on your granny square like pattern. However, if it's like a classic granny square, I could send you a video where you don't have to tie in ends.
Okay.
Because I tried that. It's like the classic granny square pattern, and it's really, really easy. It's so fun to do. And obviously at the end, when we have to sew everything together, that in and of itself is a lot. So then also doing like all of the ends for your granny square, like that's going to be a lot too. So it would like cut that down.
Beautiful. Okay.
I'll send that to you.
Got to chapter 29, officially halfway through this book. Oh my goodness. I love getting halfway because then you get to get into the ending. I love the ending. I love ending so much.
I feel like the second half of a book goes by so much faster than the first half.
It's like all of that work, you're finally in the world. You have like understood, you like work to understand what's happening, and then you just get to the wild, crazy, like what's happening at the end. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I know it's for Who Did This to You, but I was like, it can't be that bad. Well, I was wrong. Like, oops. Sometimes I'm like that too, where I'm like, yeah, surely it can't be that bad. Like everybody's saying this, that, and the other, but I want to know for myself what it is. Sometimes it's nice to just like learn that for yourself versus being told that too. So I feel that. Yeah, I do love the book and it makes me giggle too. But what I think is about sad is that the MMC was described as being cold and heartless, but we never saw the side. He was never this way. Yeah, he's very like not cinnamon rolly, but he's kind of being a sweetie pie. Noted. Staying away. The Water Signs Trad Pub edition has reversed Just Jacket with both indies covers on there. Oh, the of Quicksilver. I've seen that, and I need to actually look into that because I love the Discreet edition, and I had thought about ordering one off of Pango. The millions of dollars that people charge them, like that people sell them for. I'm like, I don't think I can make myself do that. Like, I really, really, really like that cover. I don't think I should do that anyways, but if you get the reversible dust jacket. Okay, noted. I will look into that. Thank you, Maria. Tara, so I'm thinking of Between Bloody Heart by Sophie Lark, In the Weeds by B.K. Borison, or Can I Tell You Something by Holly June Smith. I have only read the first book in the, is it the Brutal Birthright Sophie Lark series? Is that what this, I know there's 2 sets of series. And I like that one, In the Weeds. Can I Tell You Something? I felt Bloody Heart. That's my
I read, what was the book that I read by B.K. Borison? And I loved that writing. I thought it was so fun. I think it's like the first one in that series that I read.
I have not continued on, and I probably should, honestly, because they're all like seasonally kind of things, but you obviously don't have to read them then. But I like the good, like, not the found family aspect, but all of these characters that are like in this found family, basically. I love that out of it.
Yeah, Love Light Farms was really cute.
I'm reading Iron Flames like 50 pages in. LOL. That book reads so slow sometimes, and you're like, it's so weird. The pacing's so odd because there are chunks where it's like super speedy, and then other times where you're like, I've been here for 14 years and I've read 3 pages. I swear, once I unboxed the Zodiac Academy books, I pushed my TV to the side and just started reading those instead. I love that. Sometimes you have that series where you're just like, okay, this is what I'm doing now. Sorry. Me with Played a Prisoner. I wanted to use genre blanket too, but I guess my genre blanket would only consist of one color for. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at too. So I was like, if I just have a solid blanket with all of the colors that I really like, you can also, whenever you like sew them all together, crochet them together, whatever you want to do, you can put a border around each square if you wanted to. I've thought about doing that because mine's going to be fully romantasy, and I'm not mad about that at all.
I'm going to try to quickly find a picture, but like obviously mine will be very heavy romantasy as well. But I saw this blanket where it's granny squares and there was like stripes of one color and then stripes like diagonally of like alternating colors. And I figured that's what I might do when I end up like sewing it all together, because that way like it will be very heavily I think my romantasy color that I picked was purple. I can't remember now, but whatever it is, like that way you'll have like stripes of that color and then like alternating. And I thought it was really cute.
That's smart. Because you don't necessarily have to do it in the order that you read everything. You can do it in just like whatever colors you wanted to too. So like if you did have a ton of one color and a handful of other colors, you can work those in as opposed to being like work them in evenly as opposed to like the random one color here kind of thing.
Yeah, because otherwise there's just going to be massive blocks of like whatever romantasy color is and then like one and then like, you know what I mean? So it's like maybe doing a cute like pattern of some sort with the colors would be cute.
I've seen some people too, they will vary, like if they're doing the stripe blankets, they'll do like however many rows based on the page count. So the like size, like they're tracking other things than just a genre, because if you're like us and you read so much of one genre, like there's other things that make it like the different sections a little bit different too, if that makes sense. So I'm curious. There's like other things you can track.
This was the picture that I saw. Okay, this is different. This is like all stripes of one of each color, which just looks so nice.
Oh, I love that.
But yeah, and this one has the border. I think I'm going to do what you said too and do the border around each square because I think that looks really nice.
Yeah. It gives some like consistency and some semblance of this is playing out versus like a fully random thing that we're tracking, but also you get the visual representation of all the randomness too. Like I think that's a good way to make everything a little bit more homogenous, I guess.
Yeah.
And Livy, you could always just choose a color that you really like and just have, a color of a blanket that you really like for all the fantasy books that you read.
true.
I adored Love Light Farms. I did too. I'm not a holiday romance girly. I'm really not. And I actually really like that book.
Yeah, me too.
So, also need to continue on. Yeah, I feel that. I think that starting off on your Christmas one, you get like, oh, I'm reading my holiday book, but then the rest of them are kind of marketed more as like seasonal. Like this is a spring one, this is a summer one. And then by the time I get to spring and summer, I've already forgotten about it. I'm already on.
Yeah, that's so true.
That is, I felt that very much so. Cool. Well, do we want to do one more sprint?
Mhm.
Cool. I am very much so sad right here and ready for whatever. So,
I realized I do have to go food shopping today. Otherwise, I'm going to be sat on the couch for the rest of the day. But then we'll be stocked with snacks. So that's
There you
like my
go.
motivation to go.
You have your supplies ready to go. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, well, we will do one more sprint and then we will set you free for your grocery shopping. And I will dive into the thing that is while I'm avoiding any chores that I probably need to be doing. So that
They don't
helps.
exist.
They don't exist. It's an illusion. Okie dokie, folks. So I will see you all in 45.
I think that we've lost Bailey to Fear the Flames.
Hello. I looked at there were 3 minutes left and I was like, okay, yeah.
She's not here anymore. She's in that book.
Yeah, I'm in it. I am intrigued where this is going. Like, it's been very vibey so far, and we're starting to get more so like the plot's gonna have to start going somewhere at this point, and I'm like, so where are we going? So we'll see when I finish this, probably sooner rather than later. How is this from for you, Tori?
Love. I made lunch. I had a bunch of edamame and then I made pho because I was starving. And I listened to another 11% of Forest of Souls. And I'm definitely like vibing better with it than what I did yesterday when I listened to that first 30%, which is really good.
So that's good. I feel like once you get into things and like your opinions are changing, you're like, wait, what's even happening here? And then anytime it goes for the better direction, you're like, okay, no, we're good. We're good.
Mhm. What makes me nervous about this series is I think it's a trilogy. I know that there's 2 other books out, but like no one's read them. Like the first from the first book, I think the first book only has like 1,400 reviews, but then the second book only has like 700, and I'm like, what happened here?
You're like, wait, where'd you guys go? Come back. That's interesting that like everyone kind of dropped off like that. But that's also too like how many people actually continue on series even if they like it because something else comes up that is me a lot of times.
Very true.
No reading, just doom scrolling this time around, going to pick up my groceries. I'm a fan of a good doom scroll. Honestly, listening to audiobooks and doom scrolling lately has been kind of fun. So
Hmm.
I recommend. Also, I love that we're all getting productive grocery time today. It's very Saturday of us. A lunch sprint. I need to have lunch at some point.
Hmm.
Sorry, can I tell you something? Having a good time. It's a Christmas romance. I love that for you. I wish good things for you. Had a turkey sandwich for lunch for like 12 pages, lol. I love a good turkey sandwich.
Turkey sandwich hits. It's such like a classic, and it's such a good lunch.
I'm not a big ham sandwich person, so like turkey is my turkey of choice.
Mm-hmm. Turkey is your turkey of choice. I love
And
that.
yeah,
You're so
I'm out. I'm done.
You're so cute.
I don't know. I guess I was just expecting this to be definitely not what it was, and so the fact that it is not really like what I was expecting it to be is just taking me out right now.
Mm-hmm. So
I love the book. I'm gonna eat this up for the rest of the weekend. Yeah, same. Apparently. Alrighty, friends. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. I am very glad that we all got some good reading time in and reading things that clearly are taking me aback. So I did link Tori in the description, I'm pretty sure. And if not, I'll go back and fix that. However, Tori just posted a new video today. So we should all go watch that. And I will definitely after. I take a minute because clearly I need it. But anyways, thanks so much for sprinting with us, friends.